Okay, good morning, Giselle. I'm not going to put on the screen today because we're not going to have class. We're just going to do our verse quiz, which is Proverbs 10:12. Okay, and then if you have anything else you need to do, turn in whatever, you can do that. Um, Giselle, especially, I still have that information for you, the chapter notes. Um, so come see me because I have it down here. I didn't put it up at the office, I don't think. Let me check real quick. No, I still have your paperwork here, along with grades and brownie bucks and different things. Um, so anyway, come see me sometime, and then we can get those to you. Okay? But anyway, no class today. Yuvia, no class today. Good to see you. And just do your verse quiz, which is Proverbs 10:12. Get that done. Hey guys. And just do that. But make sure this is the end of the grading period today. So get things done that you need to. Get it turned in today, and we can bump your grades up. Okay? Or keep them the same, however it works. But work on them hard. Work on the day. Get your verse quiz done. Let me know. Send it to me somehow, or drop it by. Okay? We'll see you in science. Have a great morning. Bye.
Let's look at it. Exercise A. Okay, how did you fix it? Sophia, do you guys have your book today? Maya and Sophia? Okay, so you'll need a grammar book by Monday. I have an extra one, but you need to go to the office and pay for one, okay? Okay, how did I fix it, Savannah? Huh? Oh, she's taking your quiz. Okay, who has it? Raise your hand. Andrew?
You crossed out the period and put a comma after Dodgson and lowercase a.
Good. Lowercase the a, comma after Dodgson. It would be Through the Looking Glass was written by Charles Dodgson, an Oxford mathematician who used the pseudonym Lewis Carroll. Okay. Number 3, the Phoenicians learned how to use fir and cedar to decorate buildings and to make fine furniture. Lacey, how did I fix that one? Okay, actually, you just lowercase the t and remove the period. Okay, there's no need for a comma there. So it just flows. It says, the Phoenicians learned how to use fir and cedar to decorate buildings and to make fine furniture. Okay, number 5, the first globes in the United States were made by James Wilson, a Vermont farmer and copper engraver. How do I fix it, Adrian? Thank you so much.
Car makes a beeping noise when it's locked.
I know, it's really funny. Well, Nick hates it because he's like, Mr. Coral hates it, because it's like a little sissy honk is what he says. He hates it, and so I purposefully, because if you push it once, it locks. If you push it again, it beeps. So every time I push it twice, he's like, why do you do that? I'm like, it's just insurance. You have to know that it's locked. Okay, thank you for picking that out of the cart. Okay, Adrian, how do I fix it? Sorry. Number 5. Sorry? Okay, good. You change the period into a comma and lowercase the a. Number 6, in the 12th century, popes began to search out heretics, members of the Roman Catholic Church who disagreed with any official church opinion. Austin, what did you do to fix that one?
After heretics, I replaced the period with a comma. Then I made members a lowercase.
Good. Comma after heretics, members is lowercase. Number 7, because of the good fortune of their special birth, the heads of the great families in the early Greek cities taught themselves better than everyone else in the city. Avery, how did I fix it? Uncapitalized? Lowercase the t, okay? Comma after birth, lowercase the t. And then number 9, the patriarch Abraham used a few hundred men to defeat the armies of the kings from the east who previously devastated the Canaanites in battle. Ricky, how do I fix number 9?
You would get rid of the period. You get rid of the period and change the food to lowercase.
Good. You don't need a comma there. It can flow by itself. So good, Ricky. The patriarch Abraham used a few hundred men to defeat the armies of kings from the east who had previously devastated the Canaanites in battle. That part is an essential phrase or a clause there. Okay? Go ahead and turn to page number 74. Okay, page 74. We ran out of time yesterday, but page 74, correcting run-on sentences. Okay, so yesterday we kind of practiced our fragments, which are bits and pieces of sentences that don't really make sense or are incomplete. Run-on sentences is basically complete words or complete thoughts and more, okay? A run-on sentence, if you guys look at number 1, is a sentence, or a run-on sentence is 2 or more sentences written incorrectly as one sentence. Sentences cannot be correctly written with only a comma between the sentences or no punctuation. So if you continue on with your sentences and you have no punctuation in there, there's no comma, there's no conjunctions to join those two, that is a run-on sentence. If you guys look in the first example, nothing is all dark. There cannot be a picture without its bright spots. Okay, notice how there's just a comma there. Okay, thank you. Just set it down. Nothing is all dark. There cannot be a picture without its bright spots. Okay, sentence-wise, okay, that is a run-on. Only a comma is separating those two sentences. Nothing is all dark is a complete thought. There cannot be a picture without its bright spots is a complete thought. Okay, but a comma is joining those two together, and that's a run-on. So how would I fix it? Okay, it says nothing is all dark. If you guys look at the last example, there cannot be a picture. You put a period with a capital T. Okay, it's also a run-on when you say nothing is all dark. There cannot be a picture without its bright spot. There's no punctuation there, so that's definitely a run-on. Okay, look at number 2. You could put a semicolon. Okay, run-on sentences may be corrected in the following ways, but we'll get there. Okay, if the sentences contain separate and distinct ideas, use a period and a capital letter. Okay, so that means if you're saying one sentence means one thing and then another sentence means another thing, you don't want to join those together. Okay, you want to do two separate sentences. Okay, look at your example. There are a few who will admit a mistake. Such obstinacy is a barrier to improvement. Okay, this is talking about the few who will admit a mistake. Okay, then it's talking about a mistake that's a barrier to improvement. They don't really go together. Even though it's all talking about the same thing, they don't really go together. It's two different thoughts, so you would separate those with a period and a capital letter. Okay, and the letter B, if the sentences are so closely related as to form one idea and are equally important, then you can use a comma and a conjunction. Okay, so if the sentence is all talking about one thing and it all makes sense and it's all talking about one topic, okay, then you can put those two with a comma and a conjunction. Remember, closely related, okay, to form one idea. Take time to deliberate. Lose no time in executing your resolutions. That is a run-on sentence, but since it's telling you to say, hey, take no time to deliberate, but lose no time in executing your resolutions, okay, that's telling you to do one thing. That's why there is a comma and a conjunction there. So letter C, if the sentences are so closely related as to form one idea and are equally important, you may use a semicolon. There's our semicolon rule instead of a comma and a coordinating conjunction. Okay, you can either use a comma and a coordinating conjunction or a semicolon. Okay, but if the words or the ideas are not related, then you would just separate those two sentences. And then the last one, if the sentences are so closely related, you should use a subordinate, the less important sentence. That is, make the less important sentence into a dependent. So that means a sentence that cannot stand on its own. Look at your example. A man's temper gets the best of him. It reveals the worst of him. Notice how there's just a comma there. That is a run-on. But if I change when a man's temper gets the best of him, okay, when you walk up to someone and you say, when a man's temper gets the best of him, okay, does that make sense? Okay, you'd say, what about it? All right, so that's what a dependent clause is. It can't stand on its own. Okay, so when you change one of those less important sentences to a dependent clause, it would be one sentence. Look at this. When a man's temper gets the best of him, it reveals the worst of him. Okay, let's practice that in exercise A. Okay, look, number 1. You need to correct each of the following run-on sentences by supplying periods and capital letters. So just periods and capital letters in this sentence or in this exercise. Okay, Babylon was one of the most beautiful and magnificent cities of all time. Especially striking were the hanging gardens, a structure of receding terraces supported by arches and columns and filled with flowers and trees. Adam, how do I fix it? Good. Period after time, capitalized especially. Okay, number 2, Doug, how would I fix that one? This entire time, you didn't know what page we were on. Okay, pay attention. Number 2, how do I fix it? Okay, that's number 1. Number 2, who can help him out? Lacey? Good. Period after Euphrates, T after, or capitalize the T in they. Number 3, Assyrian kings tried to make themselves feel more important by inflicting pain and suffering on their fellow men. With pride, they glorified in describing how they tortured and killed human beings in the conquered lands. Isaac, how do I fix number 3? Good. Period after man, capitalize the W. Sorry. It depends on how they're saying it, okay? I mean, I would personally put a comma there, but some people say with pride they gloried in describing, but if it's an introductory word, then I would put a comma after there, okay? Or an introductory phrase. Okay, number 4, Tiberius' adopted son Caligula was emperor from AD 37 to 41. He is remembered for having gone mad to the point of selecting his favorite horse to be a member of the Senate. Jesse? Good. Period after 41, capitalize the word he. Okay, and then number 5, during the 3rd century AD, Germans were invited to join the Roman army. By the end of the 4th century AD, the army and its leaders in the Western Roman Empire were almost completely German. Maya, how do I fix that one? Good. Period after army, capitalize the B in by. Okay, let's do exercise B. Okay, exercise B, we need to see if the sentence or the given words are sentences, run-ons, or fragments. Okay? Number 1, believe not every spirit, but try the spirits whether they are of God. Jaden, what's number 1? Is it complete thought? Okay. Does it have any run-ons? Like, does it have just commas or no punctuation? There is a conjunction and a comma, so it could be a sentence, run-on, or fragment. Sentence. Good. Number 1 is sentence. Okay. Notice how there is believe not every spirit. Okay, that can stand on its own. Try the spirits whether they are of God. That can stand on its own. Those two are joined together with a comma and a coordinated conjunction of the word but. Okay, it is a sentence. Okay, number 2, we are troubled on every side, yet not distressed. We are perplexed, but not in despair. Okay, Ricky? It's not a sentence. Well, there are a bunch of sentences there. Okay, but notice how there's no things that divide them. The only thing that's dividing them are commas. Okay, what's our rule about just commas dividing? Good, but what kind of, what is number 2? What do I put in the blank? Run-on. Good. Number 2 is a run-on. Okay, how would I fix it? Gabby? Good. Semicolon after distressed. Good. Okay, number 3. If Christ be not risen, then is our preaching vain, and your faith is also vain. Derek, what's number 3? It is, but it's not separated correctly. So it's a run-on. Okay? So look at this with me, okay? If Christ be not risen, then our preaching is vain. Okay, that makes sense. Your faith is also vain. That also makes sense, but notice how there's no comma and coordinated conjunction or semicolon connecting those two. So it can't just be all one, okay? It's like, think of this, it's basically saying a bunch of sentences without breathing, okay? If Christ be not risen, then our preaching is vain. Your faith is also vain, okay? Comma, coordinated conjunction separates those two sentences. Number 4, there are many devices in a man's heart. Nevertheless, the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand. Adam, what's number 4? Run on. How do I fix it, Andrew? You could, but this one, since there are many devices in a man's heart, okay, that's talking about one thing, but nevertheless, the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand. It's basically going towards one idea. So I would just put a semicolon there, okay? Number 5, he that knoweth God heareth us. He that is not of God heareth not us. Savannah, what is number 5? It's not a fragment. It's separated completely or correctly, and it does express 2 complete thoughts. That is a sentence, okay? Okay, let's do exercise C. Let's do number 1. You correct each of the following run-on sentences by using subordinating conjunctions or subordination, okay? This means that you take one part of the sentence and then you add maybe the words although, because, since, okay? That's how you complete, okay? Let's do number 1. Mozart was a musical genius. He died penniless and was buried in a pauper's grave. Okay, what's number 1? Do you know, Amy?
Number 1 is a rumor.
Subordination. So you want to change one part of the sentence to a dependent clause. Okay, you need to use words like after, although, as, because, when, since. Okay, I would use the word although, but I would put it in front of Mozart. So it says, although Mozart was a musical genius, he died penniless and was buried in a pauper's grave. Okay, number 2, many Irish immigrants left their homeland. A potato famine had left them destitute. Adrian? After what? Where? Okay, good. I could also use the word because. Okay, many Irish immigrants left their homeland after a potato famine had left them destitute, or because a potato famine had left them destitute. Good, Adrian. Okay, number 3. Loons are on the lake. The night is filled with eerie cries. Avery, how do I fix that? Good. When loons are on the lake, but make sure that you lowercase the L because the word when is the first word in the sentence, okay? When loons are on the lake, the night is filled with eerie cries. Number 4, the Rosetta Stone was found. Egyptian hieroglyphics could be deciphered. Austin, why don't you give that one a shot? How do I fix number 4? Sorry? Okay, that would make sense. I would lowercase the t. When the Rosetta Stone was found, Egyptian hieroglyphs could be deciphered. Good. I can also put the words after the Rosetta Stone was found. Good. Okay, and then number 5, Esther left her people. She risked her life for them. Lena, how would I fix number 5? Okay, who can help her out? Gabby? Because, oh good. Because Esther loved her people, she risked her life for them. Okay, so these sentences are a lot more, they can flow better, they sound a lot better after you change part of the sentence to subordination. Okay, for homework tonight, do exercise B, 6 through 9, and exercise C, 6 through 10. So finish the exercises in exercise B and C, page 75, okay? For exercise B, you're just saying if it's a sentence run-on or a run-on, okay, sorry, no fragments, sentence or run-ons, and then exercise C, you're correcting the sentence using subordination. So you would need to say where I need to put the words after, because, since, when, okay, that is exercise C. Go ahead and put that away now that I have my literature book. Turn to the last page in our unit. We will be discussing an apostrophe. Give me 1 second. I'm sorry. Believe it is page 97. Thank you, Austin. 97. Okay, page 97. Go ahead and mark this in your book, the definition of an apostrophe. Okay, mark this in your book. Write it down, either or. Okay, and the definition of an apostrophe is addressing an inanimate object as if it were alive, or addressing an absent person as if he were present is an apostrophe. Okay? Addressing an inanimate object as if it were alive. If I'm talking to a chair as if it were alive, that's an apostrophe. Or if I'm addressing an absent person as if he were present, or if I'm saying, like I'm talking to Mr. Coral, but he's not here. That is an apostrophe, okay? Look at your example, okay? For example, the psalmist here is addressing the sea, the mountains, and the earth, okay? He says, "What aileth thee, O thou sea, that thou floodest? Thou Jordan," or the river, that thou wast driven back. He's talking to rivers and seas and mountains. That is an apostrophe, okay? The Folly of Being Comforted, which written by William Butler Yeats. Okay, make sure you guys are marking him. Okay, he is an author to know. Okay, this poem was addressed, if you guys see in your Meet the Author description, it says, Yeats was in love with Maud Gonne, a beautiful woman and an outspoken Irish nationalist, but she rejected Yeats and married someone else. Okay, so they said that this poem is basically about a man, or Yeats, okay, he's obviously hung up on this girl, and then his friend was like, why don't you just forget about her, or with passing of time, you'll forget about her. But then the folly of being comforted is basically what he says in response to that. So let's read it. Okay, it says, "One that is ever kind said yesterday," his friend, "Your well-beloved's hair has threads of gray, and little shadows come about her eyes." So he's basically dissing her to try to comfort his friend. He says, she's old and she has shadows around her eyes, okay? "Time can make but it easier to be wise, though now it seems impossible, and so all that you need is patience." He's saying she's old, her shadows are about her eyes. Time, with the passing of time, it'll make it easier. You can get over her, though now it seems impossible to get over her. He says, all you need is patience. And then he says, "Heart cries, no, I have not a crumb of comfort, not a grain." So I don't have any comfort in that statement. He says, "Time can but make her beauty over again." What do you think he says by that? Time can make but her beauty over again.
The older she gets, the more beautiful she is.
Yes, the more older she gets, he thinks she becomes more beautiful because of that great nobleness of her. When someone's older, they're more mature. He says she's more noble. He says the fire that stirs about her when she stirs burns more clearly. She had not these ways when all the wild summer was in her gaze. What do you think it says? Oh, she had not these ways when all the wild summer was in her gaze. What do you think that's talking about? Not only that, sorry? Good. When she was young, okay, wild summer, it's talking about her youth. You guys think of, teenagers and young adults and everything. They're always partying, maybe living it up, okay? That's a wild summer, okay? That's basically what he's saying. He says, oh, she had not these ways when all the wild summer was in her gaze. When she was young, she wasn't noble. She wasn't more mature. And then he says, oh, heart, if she'd but turn her head, you'd know the folly of being comforted. So he's saying, you can even look at her. If she even looks at you, then you know, your heart is desiring her, and you trying to comfort me is basically pointless. So that is the folly of being comforted. We see imagery in the first stanza. It says, one that is ever kind said yesterday, your well-beloved's hair has threads of gray, and little shadows come about her eyes. Okay, who can raise their hand and tell me what imagery is again? Raise your hand. Amy. Okay, words are descriptions that appeal to our senses, okay? So to our senses, this is kind of what he's appealing to, is our sense of sight. We can picture her hair of gray. we can kind of see the shadows around her eyes. And then he says, time can but make it easier to be wise, yada, yada, yada. He keeps saying on. Where does it say personification? Where do you think it's the personification part of the poem? Austin?
Line 9.
Good. Line number 9, where he's saying time can make her beauty over again. Okay, what is personification? Okay, who remembers? Andrew?
Giving personality to inanimate objects.
Okay, giving personality or human-like qualities. It's saying time can make her beauty over again. Maybe saying time is able to physically reverse her age. Okay, also, okay, personification is also seen in line number 8. Well, the beginning of line number 8, where he says, heart cries. Okay, obviously, your heart's not crying out. Like, if you hear your heart crying out, that's not actually what it's doing, but it's saying like a heart is crying out. No, it's like saying he's talking. Okay, that's personification. Okay, and then where we see the apostrophe is the last 2 lines. Okay, he's addressing heart, oh heart. Okay, he's addressing the heart as if it were alive. Okay, that is where the apostrophe is in the folly of being comforted. Okay, that is the end of Unit 5. We will start review for a review test on, let me see, pulling out our lesson plans here. Review test. Okay, we do have a review quiz over Unit 3, or Unit 4, what we just finished. Okay, it's over the poems on Tuesday, okay? Not on Tuesday. On Unit, let's do it on Tuesday, and then move your guys' review test in vocab to Thursday. Okay? Moving it to Thursday. I don't want you guys to take 2 in one day, but I'll fix it on the board. Review test 1 in vocab on Thursday, November 12th. So that kind of might kill you a little bit because it's the day after Veterans Day. But make sure you guys, because there's no school. Okay? No school on Wednesday, November 11th. So Thursday is your review test. We'll review that on Monday and Tuesday. Then review quiz over Unit 4 on Tuesday, November 10th in World Literature. You just need to know the authors and the literary devices. So authors of your poems, okay, and then literary devices like imagery, figurative language, personification, simile, okay? Everything that's bolded at the top of the page, like simile, personification, metaphor, overstatement, symbol, and apostrophe, okay, what we learned. Just the definition, you need to know what those are, okay? You don't have to pick apart a poem and tell me what kind of, literary device is used, but just know the definitions of your literary devices in Unit 4 and the authors, okay? All right, so that is on Tuesday, quiz number 6, okay? And then make sure you're reviewing your vocab for your test. I just moved that to November 12th, but let's go ahead and pull that out really quickly. We have a few more minutes. Vocab books, okay, pull out your homework. Page number 30, exercise D. So I'm going to come around really quickly and check that. Okay. Exercise D. Okay. Good. Okay. Exercise D. Good. 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 Cool. Good. D.
I do all of them, sorry.
Okay. Did we all just not decide together to not do our homework? I mean, some of us did it, but a lot of us did not. I know. I see that. Good. 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 Okay. For those of you who did do it, awesome. Let's go over it together.
Finished it.
Okay. Doesn't count, Austin. You have to have it for class. Page number 30. Okay, really quickly. Okay, Amy, give me number 1. Good. Epiphanies. Gratitude bestows reverence, allowing us to encounter everyday epiphanies, those transcendent moments of awe that change us forever, how we experience life in the world. Number 2, the prodigal son spent all his inheritance on, I think we did this in class, right? Frivolous. Okay. We did the first 2 in class. Number 3, Christ's love can be a blank for Christians who are being abused by the world. Jesse, what's number 3?
Asylum.
Good. Asylum. Number 4, because the law of Medes and the Persians was number 4 is irrevocable. Okay. Sorry about that. Number 5, Psalms 139, 2-3 tells us that the blank, Jaden, omniscient God understands our thoughts and knows all our ways. Gabby, number 6. Number 6. Good. Number 6 is eulogy. Edward Everett Verbo's eulogy at the dedication of the cemetery at Gettysburg has long been forgotten, blah, 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 blah. Okay, number 7. After a criminal is arrested, he is Jeremiah, arraigned and able to enter his plea. Number 8, Andrew, veracity. Abraham Lincoln spoke with veracity. Number 9, Adam. What is it? Omnipotent. Okay. Aslan was the omnipotent lion who bestowed the gift of speech. Okay. Number 10, Nero accused the Christians of beginning the Great Lacey Holocaust of Rome. Austin, number 11. Dilemma. Okay. Dilemma is number 11. Number 12, Isaac. Misanthropic. Good. Number 13, Adrian. Not veracity. We already used that one. Okay. Who knows? Gabby. Illicit. Number 13 is the Spanish Inquisition was to elicit admission of wrongdoing. Number 14, an angel blanked Peter from his chains and led him safely out to the prison gate. Okay. Lacey. Extricated. And then number 15, Jesse.
Number 15, I skipped that one. It was the only one I skipped.
Okay. In the letter of 2 Timothy, Paul bade Timothy to come quickly because of Demas, following earthly desires, had become blank. What do you think is the name or the word of one who leaves his own religion?
That would be apostate.
Good. Apostate. That's number 15. Okay. Exercise E. Okay. That is actually, you can do exercise E, but I want you guys to focus on exercise F tonight. That is your prefixing your roots and your suffixes with the definition. Okay. You can do exercise E for practice, but exercise F. Okay. Exercise F is for homework. Match each prefix, root, or suffix with its definition. So make sure you're practicing those. Okay? All right, exercise F. And for those of you who did not complete your homework, I expect this to be completed tomorrow. Okay? Monday. You're right. Today's Friday. So Monday. Huh? Okay? If you guys do exercise E, I will give you 3 bonus points on the quiz. Okay? Let's do 5. 5 bonus points on the quiz. All you need to do is do it. A lot of us have not been doing our homework, so make sure you guys do that. Exercise E will be bonus points on the quiz, and then you can come and show me, and then we will do that for your test on Thursday, November 12th. Okay, are there any questions? Awesome. Okay, you guys are dismissed.
Here we go. We're live. All right, welcome to class. Make sure you're throwing your name in the chat so I know you're here. Okay. Today is the last day of grading period. For those, some of you are trying to contact me saying, hey, can I get work that I missed? All right, the same rule applies for distant learners, okay? If your work, so students that are here in class, if they don't turn their homework, they receive a 0. Distant learners, you either have to send me a picture or turn it in every Friday. If it's not turned in that week, okay, I try to help you as much as I can, but it is your responsibility to get that. Okay, you will receive a 0 for those ones you guys missed. Okay, so hopefully this next quarter we can do a little bit better on that. You have to communicate to me. Whether you're texting, email me, you have to email me either that day or week. I try to say if we're taking a quiz, hey, if you don't have the quiz, let me know so I can send it to you that day. But sometimes if you're waiting a week or two, hey, what did I miss? Oh, I missed this quiz, can I get it? Obviously, you're not going to receive credit for that. All right, but we're going to take a quiz here in a little bit. Maybe give you 2 more minutes to study. I'm just going to stay on the stream because it's going to be like a verbal quiz. So you have to pull out a separate sheet of paper. It's going to be 10 questions. All right, just put quiz 9. We'll have 10 short answer questions, and we'll take that in a few minutes. Okay, I'm just going to stay on live. Okay, so if you have any questions, let me know. You can email me or text me right now. Ricky and Adrian, quiet. Studying for the quiz or not talking at all. If you have a question on the quiz, you can ask. Okay, obviously I might not give you an answer, but I'll do my best. Yes, sir. Yes, I always try to do 1 bonus question. Yes, ma'am. Quiz 9. Quiz 9. Just have your name, date. Quiz 8. I lied. That was my last quiz. I'm so sorry. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Quiz 8. No, this is my wife. She got it from last year. She was going to go this morning. Yeah.
It's pumpkin spice latte.
No. Pumpkin spice cold brew.
Oh, that sounds good.
That one's better.
With a little bit of whipped cream.
Man, well, that's subjective. I love pumpkin. Okay, pumpkin bread, pumpkin pie, pumpkin cookies, pumpkin coffee. I'm everything pumpkin, man.
Pumpkin soda.
Oh, next time. Next time I'll make it just for this class. All right, because 11th and 12th are my homeroom, I made it for them. And then I handed a few out. Those cookies I gave, the people that won them. I think Mr. Brown's your homeroom teacher. It's like homeroom is like with your Bible teacher. So whoever your Bible teacher is your homeroom teacher. Yep. All right, here we go. We're going to take the quiz.
How many questions are there?
10. They're all short answer. 6th grade. She's 6th grade because she does 6th grade Bible. 7th and 8th, and then I'm 11th and 12th. All right, here we go. So no more talking. We're taking a quiz. If you're talking, all right, I'm just going to take your quiz and you'll receive a 0. All right, so everyone's quiet as we're taking the quiz. We're going to go through a few notes today, have a little bit of homework, not too much. Okay, hood's off, Rick. Okay, thank you, sir. Nice haircut. Well, it's a nice haircut. Well, it's a nice haircut. I don't care.
I like your haircut.
I mean, I haven't got it cut for a little while, but you should see it when I don't do it. The hair just is like this long. Yeah. It's like a Justin Bieber, because my hair is real silky. It just like lays down. All right, here we go. Question number 1. Okay, no more talking. I'll take a quiz. Okay, question number 1. Thank you, Giselle. It's good to see you. Yuvia, make sure you're throwing your name in there, paying attention, because we are taking verbal quiz. I'm not going to be re-saying the quiz, so you have to be on the stream right now paying attention. All right, number 1 is who was the champion of the Senate in Rome's first civil war? Okay, Marius or Sulla? Okay, if you don't spell it right, that's okay. Do your best. Okay, who was the champion of the Senate of Rome's first civil war? Marius or Sulla?
How do you feel about tonight?
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah, I don't want to play.
I'll say it again at the end. I'm going to go through it, and I'll say all the questions one more time. Shh, remember, if you're talking, I will take your quiz. All right? We got to do better at that. Name the river Caesar crossed against the Senate's orders on his way to Rome. Okay, this one was in your reading and in your questions. Okay, he crossed this river. They said, hey, Caesar, you can't cross the river. You can't bring your army back into Rome. But he did anyways. He crossed this river. Okay, so name the river Caesar crossed against the Senate's orders on his way to Rome. and that we should be talking about some of that today. Maybe I'll just be kind and have no notes if we're quiet. Yes?
I said you should give us multiple choices on.
These ones are short answer. Short answer. Okay, where was Antony's fleet? Question number 3. Where was Antony's fleet defeated by the fleet of Octavian? Okay, that, again, I told you guys, I warned you, this was more of a reading quiz and homework quiz. Okay, so that means you had to do your homework well last night so you could do this quiz. I even warned you. Okay, pretty sure Amethyst and Jaden said this answer yesterday, or maybe Amethyst and Gabby. It was at the Battle of this. Okay, question number 4. Who ruled Rome during the birth of Christ? Who ruled Rome during the birth of Christ?
If we put his actual name, can we get extra credit?
No, but you can get it right. Because I'm going to do extra credit at the end. I already had the question. The extra credit question. It is about cars. It is about cars. No, like actual cars.
Oh, man.
Okay, question number 5. It's a pretty easy one. It's pretty easy. Okay, question number 5. Give the term for the 200-year period of Roman peace and prosperity. Good to see you, Yuvia. Make sure you're following along with this quiz as well. Okay, send me a picture or send it to me by email so I can get those grades in today. 10. Okay, so give the term for the 200-year period of Roman peace and prosperity. Question number 6. Which Roman emperor began the first great persecution of the Christians? Okay, notice the words. Okay, because there's a few different people, leaders that persecuted Christians. Okay, which Roman emperor began the first great persecution of Christians? Because there was a lot of persecution, but there was like a few times that they said, hey, this was like the worst persecution of Christians under these specific rulers. Yes, sir? No. It's going to be real easy.
It's like, who is Elon's last name?
Is Chevrolet
I mean, you should only know him really by one name.
Sport?
It's a real short name. He's a real famous guy for being really cruel. There's only one name you should know him by. You shouldn't know his last name. You should know his main name. He's only known by one name. He's asking about the last question. Number 7. What volcano erupted in AD 79, burying the city of Pompeii? Not multiple choices. Okay, so if you don't know the answer for one, okay, I would recommend write down something from the question so you can try to remember it later. All right, so put volcano, Pompeii, maybe you'll remember it later. Decent old Christmas movie. That's tough. That's tough.
We should do Christmas song trivia.
No, I don't do Christmas stuff till after Thanksgiving.
What's your favorite car brand?
Shh. Number 8. Name one of the 5 good emperors. All right, for extra credit, it will not be a whole extra credit point. You may name 2 of them. Okay, 2 of the 5 good emperors. I mean, great. You have a higher chance of getting 2 right. Yes. Name one of the 5 good emperors. Okay, if you can list 2 of them, obviously there's 5. If you can list 2 of them, you will receive a little extra credit.
Or we can name like all 5.
Or you can name all 5 and you have a higher chance of having 2. There you go. Question number 9. Who was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity? Who was the first Roman emperor, very well-known person, who was converted to Christianity? Okay, and number 10, name the edict that made Christianity a legal religion. Name the edict Okay, so the edict of this that made Christianity a legal religion. Okay, he made it Christianity. Okay, it was through the act of toleration. That's what he promoted. Is through this act of toleration. Okay, I'm going to go through them quickly one more time. Okay, again, if you don't know a question, write down one of the words or something for the question so you can maybe go back and try to figure out. Okay, question number 1. Who was the champion of the Senate in Rome's first civil war, Marius or Sulla? Question number 2. Name the river Caesar crossed against the Senate's orders on his way to Rome. Shh, Adrian. Shh. Question number 3. Where was Antony's fleet defeated by the fleet of Octavian? Question number 4. Who ruled Rome during the birth of Christ? Question number 5. Give the term for the 200-year period of Roman peace and prosperity. Question number 6. Which Roman emperor began the first great persecution of Christians? Okay, it's a 4-letter word. Question number 7. What volcano erupted in AD 79, burying the city of Pompeii? Question number 8. Name one of the 5 good emperors. If you can name 2, you will receive a little extra credit.
Can I get a hug instead?
No. Maybe if we win tonight. Question number 9. Who was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity? Who was the first Roman emperor to convert to Christianity? Okay, he's the one in the reading. Okay, he was said to have seen a image from God, okay, in the sky, and it was of a cross. So he made that his emblem, and that's what they went to war in. Saying God has given us this land or given us the ability to conquer. Okay, number 10, name the edict that made Christianity a legal religion. It is the edict of a specific city in Rome, very famous city in Rome. Actually, soccer team is named after this city in Rome. There's 2 soccer teams actually named after this city in Rome. Huh? Well, I'm not gonna say it because it's in the name. Their name is literally like the city. So, all right, for extra credit. Okay, extra credit. Mercedes-Benz. Okay, one brand of cars I like. I think it's a very classy style of car. Not my favorite, but one. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what my favorite would be. Huh? Oh, you're saying like a foreign cars? I don't think my favorite would be foreign, though. I mean, foreign cars are good in gas. They're cheaper made. Okay, but what country is Mercedes-Benz originated from? Shh, do not talk, okay? I do not want the nationality. I want the country. So if you put the nationality, it will be wrong. What country is Mercedes-Benz originated from? You can hold on to your quiz. We'll grade it in class. All right, give you guys maybe 30 seconds to answer that, and then we will grade it. Yes, sir.
You're importing little German boys.
No, I mean, I am.
I'm German too. No.
He said no.
Like 80 years of GM.
Have you ever played what's it called?
Like I said, it's not my favorite car, but I do like that brand of car.
Have you ever played Forza?
I like Mercedes over BMW. Mercedes over BMW. I would not say they suck. They are good cars. They are. You are 100% right. Like that's one reason I would never even try to get one because they do cost a lot to fix. I actually really do like the Dodge Challenger. Okay, Dodge Challenger. All right, here we go. We're gonna grade it. So no more talking till we're finished grading it. All right, distant learners, I'm gonna go off the stream real quick. Just send me those, and I'll grade yours personally. Okay, send me those. I'm gonna go off the stream for a little bit, and then I'll come back. I'm just giving you guys homework. We're not gonna do notes today. hopefully give you guys an easier weekend. Time to finish homework in class. All right, I'm going to announce the homework real quick, distant learners, and then you guys can start working on that. Make sure you send me those quizzes so I can get those grades in today. But for homework tonight, you guys did page 97, I believe. Okay, you guys did not do page 97. You did 95. Okay, so tonight is page 97, 1 through 7, odd. Page 97, 1 through 7, odd. All right, that's all we have tonight. Okay, you don't need to do the reading. We're not going to have pop quiz on it or anything. Make sure you do the questions. Okay, we'll do those notes next week. Any questions? Okay, you may work on that now. All right, after we work on it for about 5 minutes quietly, okay, you may talk, but I do not want talking. I'm giving you guys this time to do homework now, especially the basketball guys. I don't want excuses. Hey, I had so much homework on the weekend. I'm giving you all time to do it right now. Yes, ma'am. Yes, page 97, 1 through 7, odd. Yes, sir.
Was there any assignments I was missing?
Hey, Mr. Cole, will we
I was
play
gonna just check my schoolwork
Liberty
stuff.
on whatever day we're playing?
Thursday,
Is the guys playing that day too?
JV and girls. So not all the guys will get to travel that one. Nope, just JV and girls. What? Supposedly they have JV. All right, let me check real quick. Let's go world history. It's loading, sorry. Sometimes it loads slow. All right, then go to Jesse. I don't think you do. I was checking last night. I don't think you do. Yes, sir. Nope, you're good. Yep. Okay, remember for the semester, your lowest quiz grade will be dropped, but that's not on the progress report. That's at the end of the semester. All right, so if you have a low quiz grade right now and you're like, oh man, won't that be dropped? It will be dropped at the end of the semester. I know we have at least 2 games. Oh, well, welcome there, Yuvia. You were just watching and now you're here. Do you live close?
Yeah, she lives right there.
Oh, you live right here too?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right there.
nice. Do you have stuff to turn in? Come on, bring it on up. Yeah, she may use the restroom. Okay, work on that homework, basketball guys. I should be not seeing you sitting there. Do your homework now. Doug, do it now. There's no excuse for saying, hey, I'm busy. All right, I also have an announcement. As of right now, okay, I'm not guaranteed on this. It might change, so don't quote me on it. But as of right now, the standard for cell phones, okay, because I heard there's been problems. There's been different standards for girls and guys. Okay, I can't talk for the girls completely yet. I have to meet with Mrs. Rule and Mr. S. Okay, but Mr. S says since I'm athletic director, wants me to make the standard on it. All right, so this is maybe possibly what the girls will have as well. But the standard right now, okay, I'm allowing you to have your phones. Okay, there's a lot of conditions. First, no headphones. Okay, no headphones. That's already in the rules. You guys know that. No headphones. No music, no movies, nothing like that. Okay, probably no social media either. Okay, you may text and you may play games on your phone. Okay, I will tell you guys when we're 30 or 40 minutes away from a gym on a road trip, and I'll say, hey, put your phones away. It's time to focus now on what? The game. Okay, I don't want any texting at that time. If anyone, just one person, ruins that rule, so you're on social media, I hear music, I see movies, or you're doing something I told you not to do, or I told you to put it away and you didn't, then everyone will not have a phone when we go on road trips. You'll turn it in before we leave, and I'll have it and return it once we get back. All right, any questions on that? Okay, girls, that might be the rule for you guys this year as well. Okay, but one person can ruin it for anyone. That means no girls texting anyone. Okay, you're not FaceTiming anyone. You can use it for games, and you can use it for like texting your parents. All right, but once you have to put, you can use it for reading, stuff like that. But no movies, no TV shows, no music.
Would you like to go to my house and build that Lego set with me?
No, I'll do an Avengers one.
Ooh, okay.
That'd be pretty dope.
Yeah, it's like an Avengers I just have one.
Or Lord of the Rings.
Or
Yeah, I love Lord of the Rings. I like Star Wars. Not Disney, though. Not Disney Star Wars. Not a huge fan. I watched all of them, but not a big fan. Yeah. I have. It's pretty good. It's pretty good. So we'll probably, guys, also, I either text your parent or whatever contact information was on My School Works, or I tried to text you if I had your number. We are stopping to eat on the way back. Okay, so we'll probably, if whatever's open, so if like In-N-Out, McDonald's, Taco Bell, something quick, we'll stop, grab food, either eat outside. I'm not paying, no, you pay. Okay, we'll grab food real quick. We'll probably eat just outside, and then we'll hop back in the vans and then go home. All right, when we're 40 minutes away, I'll have everyone call their parents. I guesstimated around 8:45 or 9 is when we'll get back. All right, because our last game starts at 6. You guesstimate the game's about an hour, so 7.
You said guesstimate?
Yes. Why?
Guessing and
It's just
estimating.
funny. It's just the way that guesstimate that was funny.
Yeah. But so that's kind of what I'm looking at, but we'll have you call your parents. Yes, sir.
So it just be like grabbing dinner, there's like no like in between games. Like grabbing lunch.
No. You got JV and then our varsity's right after. Then we'll do food after. You may bring, if you don't want to buy food, you can always bring food. You can bring snacks. You're allowed to eat in the vans, but again, if someone ruins it and is making messes, okay, so probably 7th, 8th graders as well, you got to make sure they're not making messes, because if someone's making a mess, I'm going to say no food in the vans. All right? Because I know that's probably going to be a problem with messes. I'm not cleaning up after you guys. All right? We're responsible enough. We're not doing that. You guys are going in your school clothes. So what you're wearing now, you will change once we get there quickly. After the game, you will change back into your school clothes. I will take the jerseys, and I'm washing all the jerseys.
Honey, what?
Girls, that will be included for you as well.
Wait. So on the way there, we wear our uniform. Oh my!
Yes.
Can we just wear a jersey?
Huh?
Can we wear PE shorts
We'll probably bring up that to your coach. You might be able to do that.
and like a hoodie? That would be
Yeah.
an upgrade. We're all sitting in our skirts all nice in the van, like, hey guys, like these.
We all walk in
You
like,
might be able to just throw on your shorts real quick. Not your game shorts though.
Yeah, I know. Except for
The reason why, okay, we're getting nice jerseys this year, okay? Obviously, guys, we have old jerseys right now, but I want to practice the habit so we're used to it. I want to be able for us to take care of them. That's why I'm washing the guys. Mrs. Rule's going to help me with that. And then I have someone washing the girls' jerseys already as well. Okay, so they're going to be washed properly, taken care of. Yes, sir.
I wear like my own basketball shorts and then like.
To the game? No, guys wear our school clothes. Guys are wearing our school clothes. You could you can maybe put a t-shirt on, but you're wearing pants
What if I go like this?
to the game. No, wearing your pants to the game. Guys, there's no complaining. I had to wear a tie and ironed pants to every game. Okay, college games, I had to sometimes wear a suit jacket because the pastor at the college would randomly want us to wear suit jackets. So.
Did you ever go to lumberjack day?
Yes. They only did that one year when I was there. Usually they did the like luau, Hawaiian theme, but one year they did do the lumberjack. But yes, I did. Yeah. It's just everyone's wearing what I always wore anyways. like that red and black shirt. No, not that one. My thicker flannel shirt. Flannel and some jeans. That's what I wear a lot. What?
People call you Waldo so much.
It's because my shirt's red and white, candy cane looking.
Dude, but like, you don't even look like.
Oh. All right, Uvia.
Hey, there we go. All right, welcome to geometry. One quick thing. Yesterday we finished proving exercise 2.8, number 6. However, I forgot to have you guys add this statement to your proven statement, so please do so now. And then we are going to start out with quiz 11, which will be open supplement. So we're going to take quiz 11, which is open supplement. Make sure that you guys have this thing put in there. Once that's done, clear your desk and take care of that. Distance learners will be back. I'm going to leave the screen up. All right. This diagram looks much scarier than it is. We're going to go ahead and get started. So we're on exercise 2.8, number 13. 2.8, number 13. We are on page 66 of your book. Not that anyone cares. We're on page 71 of your supplement. Page 71 of your supplement. It is shown in physics that when a ray of light PO strikes a plane mirror MN at O, it is reflected along OR in such a way that PO and OR make equal angles perpendicular to OS. That is, angle I is equal to angle R. The light from P would therefore strike the eye at R if RO extended meets the perpendicular PF extended at Q. Prove that QF equals PF.
This is science. This is not even geometry. I didn't even understand. This is literally a science question.
Okay, so assuming, oh, I forgot to label MN. I actually discover this every year. No, actually, this is one I know about. I just am too lazy to go back and fix it. No. You have no idea how much work that is. Because I have to recreate the entire diagram. I can't just go in and edit, because they're pictures.
That sounds like something you would.
So I have to go back into the program I used to draw the pictures, because I didn't save any of it. All right. Look, hindsight, yes, I should have. I am aware.
Did you draw that like
No, actually, okay. So there is a site called Mathcha. Yeah, anyway. And it lets you do free diagrams, and it comes up with the code for you. So I don't have to go through and, which saves me a lot of time. So it's still drawn the same way the code would draw it, but I'm able to just freehand it. Because, ew. You can do it with code, ew. Ew. I have. Okay, it's a pain in the butt, and then it takes forever. All right, both to write and then to actually build. All right, so listen up. Or not. That's cool too. All right, so this is line MN. Okay, M is referring to the endpoint of this line. F is referring to the intersection between those two lines. Does that make sense? Okay. So as we look at this, you have your proof partially filled in already. Let's make sure we're not talking, because I've got one proof to get through today, so let's not talk. Thank you. Number one, we are given that angle I equals angle R. OS is perpendicular to OF. RO extended meets the perpendicular OF at, extended at Q.
Yeah, by the way.
Yes, thank you. That makes way more sense. Okay, so if we extend this, this will meet here. That's the idea. Whoops. And basically, what we're trying to prove, okay, is that QF equals PF. We're trying to prove this line here equal to this line here. Because that's what the P to R is what actually happens with the light ray. So if you look in a mirror and you see something off to the side, you see it hits the light from it, hits the mirror, and bounces off at the same angle it hit toward you. Perpendicular, based on that perpendicular. Okay, so be quiet. All right, so because of that, okay, that's what actually happens. Because that's what happens, things in the mirror appear exactly as far away behind the mirror as they are in front of the mirror, which is how we can use it. That's how we can use mirrors and actually be able to be somewhat coordinated. That's your left versus right. That's not talking about distance. That's no, it's left versus right. Yeah, that's because your hands are working backward to what you're used to seeing. Anyway, moving on. So because of that, ladies, so what we're trying to do is prove that FQ is equal to FP because that's what allows us to use mirrors in the first place. Okay, it does happen. It does work. We can actually measure that. Actually, optometrists have started using this trick in some of the higher tech ones because they'll end up with smaller rooms, so they only have 10 feet to work with. Well, in order to be at optical infinity, again, whole thing with physics. I promise I'm not going into it too deep. Too late. Optical infinity is 20 feet. Anything 20 feet or further away, it's the same focal length for your eyes. It's the same shape. So to test your distance vision, they need 20 feet. Well, if their room is only 10 feet, what do? They put a mirror up there, put the chart backward, like in backward print, on the back wall. Yeah, the reason they do that is to get up to 20 feet because your eye still thinks it's the whole 20 feet. Because it's, huh?
Why are they trying to trick us? I don't like this.
It's making better use of their space. That's all they're doing. So instead of needing a long 20-foot room, they can just have a 10-foot room with a mirror, and it essentially doubles the distance. So really cool little trick. I think you need like a 12-foot room to pull it off convincingly, but yeah. Anyway, moving on. Still a lot cheaper to make a 12-foot room than a 20-foot room. All right, so that's the idea. We're proving this principle works. We have our given. Number 2, we are going to extend SO through O to a point T because we can do that. Now then, angle TOQ must equal angle R because they're vertical angles. Oh, sorry, that's the thing. So number 3, angle TOQ is equal to angle R because vertical angles are equal.
Oh.
Hey, instead of saying R, could we just write the letter R?
R. I was thinking that.
Vertical angles. Wait, what did you like your text?
Oh, no, just write it out because you don't want to confuse it with a point.
Why did you write 4 squiggling?
Because it's filled in your thing, so I'm not going to rewrite it. All right, so angle FOT, all right, listen up. Angle FOT and angle FOS are right angles by definition of perpendicular.
Oh, LOL, Jim, I thought you had it.
Now then, that's going to make angle FOQ equal to angle FOP.
Angle fuck is equal to angle fuck.
Okay, stop. Complements of equal angles are equal. So FOQ is the complement of TOQ that we established up here. What was the other one? FOP. FOP is a complement. Guys. Okay. Now we're kind of shortcutting stuff here, but angle I is equal to angle R. So the complement FOP is the complement to angle I, which is equal to the complement of angle R. So it's also going to be the complement of angle R, so it's equal.
I totally understand that.
Number 6, FO equals FO by identity. So now then, by leg angle, we have triangle FOQ. Whoops, rip. Yep. Yep. So then QF will equal PF by CPCTE. Now you'll notice we actually took a couple shortcuts. We said they were perpendicular, but we never actually established that they were right angles. But we never established that they were right triangles. Okay. So that's one of the shortcuts we can actually start taking when it's blatantly obvious. Of course, it's a right triangle because it has a right angle. We can shortcut a little bit, but we can't go too far. So this one is actually kind of pushing it with how much stuff we shortcutted. But I wanted to illustrate that principle.
You're a postulate.
Okay. Yeah, a lot of these sections are a little longer. This is why Chapter 2 takes forever to get out of. It's not just that it's got a billion sections. It's the sections take forever.
Hey, Mr. I have a question.
I have an answer.
Why is this such supplemental?
Why that picture?
Yeah.
I found something that looked like it had nice geometry and pulled it down from the internet.
I honestly like rectilinear things.
Quickly. All right, so that's where we're going to leave the content for today. Now, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go through. And yesterday in Algebra 1, I actually taught about René Descartes, who was most famous for developing the Cartesian plane, hence why it's named that. Okay, it's named after Descartes. Yeah. So with that, what I did is I went through and read one of his proofs, where he not only proves his own existence, he was in the middle of descending into insanity because he was beginning to question everything around him.
He's your favorite.
This is one of my all-time favorite proofs. How about that? And pulls himself out using nothing but mathematical logic and goes on to prove his own existence, prove he has an eternal soul, and then proves the existence of a perfect God.
OMG.
Not just a higher power, a perfect God.
Wow. Show us what it is.
So,
We're excited to
I'm going to read this to you. Please be quiet. This is going to be at a higher grade level reading than what you guys probably are used to in lit class and things like that. I'm going to read it to you. It's part of it is because it's been translated from the French. The other part is because it was written in mathematical jargon in the first place. And then, so yeah, this is a very high level writing. So just if there's something you don't get, just ask. What?
Didn't we learn this last year?
I probably mentioned it, yeah, because I sidebar on this a lot.
Oh yeah, you did.
I talked about it, I just haven't read it to you guys.
Oh.
All right. So he begins this discussion in part 4 of his book, which is the discourse on the method of rightly conducting one's reason and of seeking truth in the sciences. That's the name of the book, and we are going to read from part 4. I am in no doubt as to the propriety of making my first meditations in the place above mentioned matter of discourse, for these are so metaphysical and yet so uncommon as not perhaps to be acceptable to everyone. As yet, it may be determined whether the foundations that I have laid are sufficiently secure. I find myself in a measure constrained to advert to them. I had long before remarked that in relation to practice, it is sometimes necessary to adopt, as if above doubt, opinions which we discern to be highly uncertain, and as has already been said. But as I then desired to give my attention solely to the search after truth, I thought that a procedure exactly the opposite was called for, and that I ought to reject as absolutely false all opinions in regard to which I could suppose the least ground for doubt, in order to ascertain whether after that there remained aught in my belief that was wholly indubitable. Accordingly, seeing that our senses sometimes deceive us, I was willing to suppose that there existed nothing really such as they presented to us, and because some men err in reasoning and fall into paralogisms, even on the simplest matter of geometry, I, convinced that I was open to error as any other, rejected as false all reasonings I had hitherto taken for demonstrations. And finally, when I considered that the very same thoughts, presentations, which we experience when awake, may also be experienced when we are asleep, while there is at that time not one of them true, I suppose that all the objects, presentations, that had ever entered into my mind when awake, had in them no more truth than the illusions of my dreams. So here's his introduction to this proof. He's like, I went through and I'm trying to prove truth here. But in doing so, I've had to rely on certain assumptions, and I can't know that those assumptions are true. He's like, this world may not actually be here. I may not actually exist in the human form. I may not actually be, my friends may just be figments of my imagination. What if this is just like when I'm dreaming?
If these
Okay.
people were figments of my imagination, I would imagine them.
Okay.
I'm just kidding.
You know what? I take no offense in that. That is so true.
Okay. Anyway, so he starts going through and he's like, okay, so I've hit a point where I don't know what I can trust. And he's like, I can't even trust my senses because we see all the time things like optical illusions where our brain is not telling us what's happening. We see all the time where we hear something that wasn't ever there. So we have to go through and he's like, so then what was truth? What can I do? And so he's getting down this rabbit hole where he's like, do I even exist?
If somebody imagined me, they'd have to be pretty amazing.
But immediately upon this, I observed that whilst I wished to think that all was false, it was absolutely necessary that I, who thus thought, should be somewhat. And as I observed this truth, I think therefore I am, was so certain and of such evidence that no ground of doubt, however extravagant, could be alleged by the skeptics capable of shaking it. I concluded that I might without scruple accept it as the first principle of the philosophy of which I was in search. He's like, my very ability to question everything around me proves that I exist. I think, therefore I am. It wasn't a haughty statement as much as that statement kind of gets mocked. It wasn't something he said in a cafe. It wasn't something that he said arrogantly, I think, therefore I am. I mean, I'm so smart. No, this was a mathematician pulling himself back from the absolute chaos in his mind. Now, in the next place, I attentively examined what I was, and as I observed that I could suppose that I had no body, and that there was no world or any place in which I might be, but that I could not therefore suppose that I was not, and that on the contrary, from the very circumstance that I thought to doubt of the truth of other things, it most clearly and certainly followed that I was, while on the other hand, if I had only ceased to think, all the other objects which I had never ever imagined had been in reality existent, I would have had no reason to believe that I existed. And I thence concluded that I was a substance whose whole essence or nature consists only in thinking, and which that it may exist, has need of no place, nor is dependent on any material thing, so that I, that is to say, the mind by which I am what I am, is wholly distinct from the body, and is even more easily known than the latter, and is such that although the latter were not, it would still continue to be all that it is. Now, I would forgive you if you missed that, but he just proved he had an eternal soul. He said, I might be envisioning the body, I might be dreaming everything else, but I think, therefore I exist. And so when this physical existence ends, my thought will continue. And that process of thought is actually who I am. It's not this carcass that I'm lugging around, which, by the way, is biblical. Your body will one day die. Your soul will live forever.
I guess I'm just a carcass then.
Now, after this, and I'm sorry, I would love to spend more time on this, but we're almost out of time. After this, I inquired in general into what is essential to the truth and certainty of a proposition. For since I had discovered one which I knew to be true, I thought that I must likewise be able to discover the ground of the certitude. He's like, okay, I figured out something I know for sure. Actually, he's figured out two things. He's figured out what he knows for sure. How does he know that? Okay, he's starting to work backward now. He's like, okay, I found something to hang on to. I found something to grab onto. Here is an undisputable truth. I exist. Not only do I exist, I have an eternal soul. Why do I exist? What's the purpose? How do I know that? And as I observe that in the words I think, therefore I am, there is nothing at all which gives me assurance of their truth beyond this, that I see very clearly that in order to think it is necessary to exist, I concluded that I might take, as a general rule, the principle that all the things which we very clearly and distinctly conceive are true, only observing, however, that there is some difficulty in rightly determining the objects which we distinctly conceive. In the next place, from reflecting on the circumstance that I doubted, and that consequently my being was not wholly perfect because there was things he didn't know. He's like, my essence is thinking. Okay? We again would consider that the soul. Okay? He's like, my essence is thinking, but my thinking isn't perfect. There are still questions I can't answer. Okay? This is where he's starting to go down. Okay? Follow me? I was led to inquire, for I clearly saw that it was a greater perfection to know than to doubt. He's like, obviously, if I were perfect, I would never have doubted existence in the first place. I would have known existence. Okay? So clearly, I'm not perfect. I was led to inquire whence I had learned to think of something more perfect than myself. He's like, where did I get the idea that something might be more perfect than me? He starts questioning that. And I clearly recognize that I must hold this notion from some nature which in reality was more perfect. As for the thoughts of many other objects external to me, as of the sky, the earth, light, heat, and 1,000 more, I was less at a loss to know whence these came, for since I remarked in them nothing which seemed to render them superior to myself. He's like, I'm looking all around me. There's nothing out there that's better than me. Okay, and that's, again, sounds extremely proud, but he's trying to find perfectness, which nothing is.
This guy never learned curiosity killed the cat.
But satisfaction brought it back. Anyway, moving on. That's the end of the saying, by the way. Yeah.
You guys never heard the end of it?
No, because usually only the first part gets used by teachers and parents who want their kids to stop asking questions.
Yeah, I know.
It completely twists it. Anyway, moving on. Moving on. Okay. This is why you guys like my class. All right, so, moving on. Where was I? Oh my goodness, I need to go. I could believe that if these were true, they were dependencies on my own nature, insofar as it possessed a certain perfection, and if they were false, that I held them from nothing. That is to say, they were in me because of a certain imperfection of my nature. But this could not be the case, let me see here, with the idea of a nature more perfect than myself, for to receive it from nothing was a thing manifestly impossible. He's like, stuff can't come from nothing. And because it is not less repugnant, and the more perfect should be an effect of and dependence on the less perfect, then that something should proceed from nothing, it was equally impossible that I could hold it for myself. Accordingly, it but remained that it had been placed in me by a nature which was in reality more perfect than mine, and which even possessed within itself all the perfections of which I could form any idea, that is to say, in a single word, which was God. He goes from descending into insanity to proving his own existence, to proving as an eternal soul, to proving the existence of God. And not just any God, a perfect God. He keeps going on that topic, but I am completely out of time. Okay? But I just want to read that to you guys because that is like my favorite proof. And this is kind of the class for that. So, okay. This is like my all-time favorite proof because he proves that existence over and over again. And so we talked about that yesterday in Algebra 1. So I wanted to bring that in here to you guys. And then I will see you guys later. We'll pick up on the next section on Monday. All right? Yes? Yes, by the way, make sure you're keeping up with your homework as we go. It's at the end of your supplements. Make sure you're keeping up with it. You should be able to do through 2.8 by now.
Okay, so 10:20. Okay, yesterday you had your quiz. That's basically all we did yesterday. So let's go into lesson 37 today. That's page 13 of your notes. Okay.
What
4.2? It's due. I'd like to know who marked on my goggle here. Yep.
Mr. Brown, look, somebody fell a little bit behind in science.
Okay, we're talking about fluid displacement today. Okay. Okay, guys, let's quiet down. In 1931, the United States Navy launched a new aircraft carrier, nothing like what we have today. This new aircraft carrier was called USS Akron. Okay? Now you can look at this and you can just see how the progress of technology has improved greatly. Okay? Look at the three pictures. You got this big, almost looks like a blimp sitting out there. Okay? But then, and then the top right one is the little airplanes that it's carrying. Well, look where it's coming from on the bottom right picture. It's coming from within the aircraft carrier, Akron. Okay? Now, at that time, it was one of the largest and fastest aircraft carriers in the world. It was 239 meters or 785 feet long, 40.5 meters or 132 feet wide, and capable of traveling 133 kilometers per hour, or just 83 miles per hour.
What's that in miles per hour?
83.
Dog, it says 133
Okay.
kilometers an hour. Then it has right next to it, in parentheses,
Okay.
per hour.
Now, one of the problems was that it could only carry 4 airplanes at a time. Okay. They fit into the aircraft itself. Now look at I guess that's a kind of a shadow, but maybe not. The opening, it looks like it's made just for the airplanes back then. Okay. the double deckers is what we would call them. Okay, so they would basically kind of either be lowered out or kind of drop out in some aspect, okay, of that aircraft carrier. The unusual thing about the carrier was that it floated on, it didn't float on water, okay, like the aircrafts we have today. It was an aircraft carrier, okay. It was a plane carrying aircraft, so it flew, but that's how they delivered it. This leads us into the Archimedes principle of fluid displacement. Archimedes, this old gentleman here, okay. Let me go back and I'll see if I can get his picture off the words real quick.
That guy in the picture, he went to the part where he said, I mean, it's the Moses face.
Okay, bear with me just a sec. I have to do some doctoring here. Okay, there we go. Archimedes, he, in his curiosity, okay, basically stumbled on the answer while solving a problem for King Hiram of Syracuse. Adrian, who suspected, the king suspected that a goldsmith cheated him in making a crown of substituting silver for some of the gold. Okay, so he didn't think that this guy was making his gold crown out of gold. Okay, so the king asked Archimedes to confirm his suspicions, the composition of the crown. One problem that he had was that he couldn't damage the crown. Okay, so Archimedes had to come up with a way to figure out how he could do that. So one day, while stepping into the bathtub filled to the brim with water, he realized that the amount of water running over the side of the tub equaled the volume of his body. He realized then by that he could measure the volume of the crown by simply submerging it in a full container and measuring the water that overflowed. So if the crown were pure gold, then a lump of gold would weigh the same amount because their densities would be equal. So he placed the crown in the water. Okay, the crown was displaced more water than the lump of gold after his little experiment, and therefore he surmised or came to the conclusion that it could not be pure gold. Okay, so he took a lump of coal that weighed the same in density as what the crown did. Okay, and when he did this experiment, found out that it didn't come out like it should. He submerged the lump of gold, he submerged the crown, and the displacement of water was different. So they learned that the goldsmith was trying to trick the
Goldsmith was hanged and everyone
okay.
was happily ever after.
Okay, that's probably what happened back then. Okay, that they did hang him because he was trying to deceive the king. Okay, so even back then, there were ways to figure things out of fluid displacement. Okay, so the fluid displaced by an object floating in water equals the volume of the object in the water. Okay? Now that makes sense because if you put something in water, it's got to take up room in the water, right? So where does that, if we could solidify the water right then okay, and then cut the object out, you would see this indentation of the object, or in person if they're floating in the water or whatever, you would see their indentation in the water, fluid displacement. But since you put something in, and we all know this, if you put something in water, that area that the body of the object's going to go into has to go someplace. Okay? If it's in a closed container or a seal or a walled up container. So just like this little picture, the weight was dropped into the water. Okay? The weight took up some of the water. That water had to go someplace. Okay? Whether it was filling up the container or whether it was overflowing the container. But it had to go someplace. Okay? That's your fluid displacement. It'll kick in here shortly. Buoyancy deals with this. Another of Archimedes' discoveries is that the objects appear to lose weight when immersed in water. Okay? That just shows, I don't know what's going on with these slides today. Okay? Let me fix this one. I'm hoping everything's so far. The notes been following it. Okay. Okay. So objects that are in water will float when immersed in the water. As long as it isn't so heavy that it sinks, but even something that sinks is going to take up space in the water, right? So that water's got to go someplace. Buoyancy is just an upward force exerted by the fluid on the object, the solid, to float it in the water, okay? That's why that's why a person can jump in a pool and lay back and just float in the water, okay? What causes you to sink? Why can some people float and some people can't?
Some people are fat and some people are skinny.
Well, that's not totally true.
No, my body type is.
Whoa, let's go one at a time, please. Yep.
Release your breath, then you'll sink. But if you hold in air, you'll float because I don't know why, but
Okay. That is true to some extent. Okay. My wife can float in water. I can never float in water. Never have been able to. Never learned how. Okay. I can swim, but I can't float. Okay. I'm not talking about. Hey, Rick. Sorry, Rick. Turn around. I'm not talking about paddling in the water or swimming on my back, which I can do, or swimming on my stomach, which I can do. But when it comes to just stopping and floating, okay, I just do it. Okay, I just sink to the bottom or sink under the water. Okay? And yeah, my wife can just lay there and float in the water. She learned how to do that. A lot of it has to do with your breathing. Okay? Because you're getting air in your lungs and it's making you buoyant in that water. Okay? Well, here Archimedes' principle of buoyancy is the buoyant force experienced by an object is exactly equal to the weight of the fluid displaced. Okay? You ever find sometimes that if you are like, let's just take Peter. He walked on the water, right? And of course, this was a miracle of God that allowed him to do it. But when he took his eyes off of God, he started to sink. Have you ever been in the water and you were floating, and then you started thinking about that I am floating, I'm doing this right? What generally happens at that point? You just kind of start sinking, okay? Because I don't know what it is, but somehow you have changed the weight in the water, the weight of you and the weight of the displacement has changed enough to where flotation is no longer an accepted principle. He discovered that fluids exert a buoyant force upon the objects within them. Archimedes' principle is actually this. The buoyant force experienced by an object is equal to the weight of the fluid displaced. Okay? Basically, stating with it's dead on the other side. So let's add specific gravity to this. Specific gravity is the ratio of the density of a substance to the density of a standard. Okay? What are you comparing the ratio, the density of some substance to? That's the given, that's the standard. See how I implemented one of those algebraic terms, the given? Okay.
We don't want to talk about it, okay?
A hydrometer, okay? Huh? Specific gravity. Okay, a hydrometer is used to measure that specific gravity of liquids by determining how far away, that should be weight, must sink to displace its own weight. Okay? Now this weight could be of, of any measurement, of any density, as long as it's going to be able to be buoyant. Okay? But it's still, even like I said, if it sinks, it's still displacing the water. The container is going to fill up because the weight got put into it. It's got to displace it some place. A hygrometer consists of a long, narrow tube with a graduated scale on one side and a weight at the bottom. What's a graduated scale?
A scale of how many people graduate.
No. It's the measurements that you see on, okay, the graduates, whether in millimeters or centimeters or whatever the numbers are that it's using, that's your graduated scale. It will sink, the hygrometer will sink until the weight of the displaced liquid is equal to the weight of the hydrometer. Okay? So it's going to go until it gets to be buoyant. The denser the liquid, the higher the hydrometer will float. DL, excuse me for just a minute. Do you want to use those tonight?
That was a threat, Mr. Brown.
You see how fast he was like,
Thank you. Okay. Okay. Had a little problem with a shoe issue in the room. Okay. So he had to put them away. Okay. So he was adoring them too much. Okay.
Bible does say, thou shalt not make worldly things your idol. You heathen. He's like, I love these shoes.
Adrian, do you value your life?
Hey, Mr. Brown, we ain't playing with lies.
Are we?
Okay.
Don't lie to him like that, Mr. Brown.
Okay. So the denser the liquid, the higher the hydrometer will float. Okay, that makes sense? Because if let's look at it this way: if we fill a container with water and a container of Jello, and then maybe a container of pudding, okay, chocolate pudding, okay, one that before we put the weight in there, we took some of that and made a chocolate pie, cream pie, okay, and had it for a meal. But anyway, which one is it going to float best?
None yet.
Jello, pudding, or water?
Well, it depends. Is the Jello like in pieces, or is it really liquidy? Is it really solid? Like, there's many factors.
Yeah, it's like the frozen type.
Jello is Jello.
So, wait, is it like one big thing of Jello, or is it like a bunch of pieces of Jello?
Jello is the liquid Jello that maybe I'm thinking hasn't solidified yet.
That hasn't solidified yet?
Not
Oh, it's
totally.
liquid?
Not totally.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Then it'll float in pudding.
What
Pudding
Jello are
is
you
thicker.
thinking of? What?
It's thick water.
It's thicker.
Yeah.
I thought you meant like solid Jello. So I was like,
Oh,
then the Jello.
it's just gonna sit
It's
on
just
top.
Jello.
Yeah. Okay. So, would you agree that it's gonna float, or it's not gonna sink as much in the pudding?
Yeah.
Okay. Because of the consistency of the density of the water or the liquid. Okay. So the scale markings at the surface indicate. Shh. Hey. The scale markings at the surface of the water. So you put the hygrometer down in the water, and where it reads, where it's floating, where the surface of the water is, that's what you call the specific gravity. They're used to measure the properties that affect that specific gravity. Can we stop talking? Gabby, turn around. Gabby, turn around, thank you. Amethyst, please. Final warnings, girls. Lena. Okay. Amethyst. Lena. I don't care what you were talking about. I asked you to stop. Okay. Isaac. Adrian. Okay. So we use these hygrometers to measure the properties that affect the specific gravity. To get where is that going to level out on that hygrometer, such as the amount of sugar in a fluid in fruit juices, the quality of petroleum, and the fat contents of milk. So these are used to determine that. Okay, you put a lot of sugar in some water, it's going to densify that water, okay, and make it more thick to some extent, okay, and so the hygrometer is going to be affected. The technique of hydrostatic weighing uses Archimedes' principle to determine the specific gravity of a solid denser than water, okay. So it's like this. The solid is suspended from a spring and weighed. Okay? So a lot of times a quadriplegic, okay, to weigh them, they will put them in some kind of a contraption like this, where they're sitting there or they're contained in this. Now, Maybe this one isn't the same thing, but that you get. I'm just telling you the idea. You see the scale at the top. That's the hygrometer, the scale. And so as that person is lowered into the water, okay, they've already got the measurement or the weight of the scale, the contraption itself, okay? Then when they put the individual in there and they lower him down into the water, that hygrometer is going to move further, okay? And so they take the results of him in the contraption minus what the weight of the object itself was, and that's how they find out that what the weight of this guy is, okay? But they use something similar to this in a lot of ways, okay? Measuring the weight and as it gets recorded. Here's the formula to find it. Specific gravity equals the weight of air divided by weight in air minus the weight in water. Or D equals final air, F, the force of the air, or the force of the air minus over the force of the air minus the force of the water. They use this method to find the density of a rock, of a mineral sample, or a lot of things just like this. Okay, so it's not just something that is easy, but just out there. They use it for a lot of specific purposes. Okay, because you would have normally had a quiz today with this lesson, we are a little short. Okay. I can't do it. My knees are bothering me. Okay, so want you to read pages 101 to 104 for Monday. There will be a RQ, maybe, but we'll see. Okay, I don't know. Depends. Okay, so DLs, that's your homework for today. Reading pages 101 to 104. Again, make sure that all work's been turned in, please. Okay. DLs, I won't see you anymore today unless you come by and say hi. So you guys have a great weekend, okay? Enjoy yourself, okay? Bye.
All right, welcome back to Algebra 1. We are on page 93. We're on example 3.1b. All right, so we're going to start there. Determine if each point satisfies the equation y equals negative 3x plus 2. Okay, and so we're given several points here, and we're told to determine whether or not those actually fit the equation. So in A, we're given the point 0, 2. And all we do to test to see if this is satisfies the equation, that's the way we word it, if it is a solution, is we just plug in the numbers, okay? So y, what's the second number? 2. So 2 equals negative 3, what's x? 0 plus 2. Negative 3 times 0 is? Plus 2? Does 2 equal 2? Yes. Okay, part B. All right, we are told to check 3, negative 7. Stop drumming with the rulers. Stop playing with the rulers. Guys, this is not hard. Put it down. We don't need them yet. Should not be in your hands. Yes? It's wax from the thing right next to it. You're fine. All right, you have 3, negative 7, so we plug this in. What's y? Negative 7 equals negative 3 times what's x?
3.
And plus 2. Negative 3 times 3 is? Nope. Negative 9, thank you. What is negative 9 plus 2? Negative 7. Does negative 7 equal negative 7? Yes. C. We have negative 3, 11. So we have 11 equals negative 3 times negative 3 plus 2. What is negative 3 times negative 3?
9.
What is 9 plus 2? So is this a solution?
Yes. 93.
Page 93, example B, like I announced at the beginning. Cool. Letter D. 1 and negative 4. So we have negative 4 equals negative 3 times 1 plus 2. What is negative 3 times 1?
Negative 3.
Negative 3. Negative 3 plus 2 is?
Negative 1.
Negative 1. Does negative 4 equal negative 1?
No.
No.
So no solution.
All right, make sense? Okay, now let me explain what's happening. You guys have this work in front of you on page 93. Okay? So I'm just going to cheat outrageously. What happens is this is that equation. Whoops, I need to turn on projector mode. And full screen. Nope, rip. There we go. All right. So this right here is the equation. Okay? And all we had to do was check to see if each of those points landed on the line. Whoops, that's not point, minus. You'll notice that with the exception of the one that failed, all of them actually do land on the line. That's what a solution to a two-variable equation looks like. It's, does it land on the line? All right, make sense? Cool. You're like, well, we don't know how to graph the lines yet. Don't worry. It's okay, we'll get there. All right. There we go. All right, new page. Now, example 3.1c. What in the world just happened? All right, so we need to draw these 5 points on the Cartesian plane and then draw a line connecting them. So let me go to the line tool. This is going to be fun. I see no flaw in this plan. Thanks, you're helpful. Whoops. Okay. Fine. All right, so we have our x-axis. You guys should probably be doing this too. We have our y-axis. Okay. And then we're told to plot the following points and then connect the dots. So we have 0, 2, so right here. Okay. We have 3, negative 7, so 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Right, you guys can't see the cursor, I forget, sorry. We have negative 3, 11, so negative 3, 1, 2, 3, up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, of course. I'm out of room. Okay, so just shrunk my graph a little. Normally you guys would just be able to go off your axes a little. I ran out of screen. So, all right, so negative 3. We're going negative 3 and then up 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So it's all the way up here. There it is. Okay. Then we're told to plot negative 1, 1. So, no, sorry, 1, negative 1. So 1, negative 1. There we go. And negative 1, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, so those are all plotted. And if we go through and connect the dots, I have no idea if this is going to work. Hey, not half bad. Except you're supposed to go past both points, but oh well. I'm going to take the win. All right, so that's what it should look like. But by the way, I'm just going to throw this out there. Look familiar?
No. Yeah. What is supposed to look familiar?
It's the same line that we just did.
Wait,
Okay, anyway.
all these dots in the graph?
That was example C that we were giving them.
I don't understand this. You just graph points.
I plotted points and then connected them. I don't understand what there is.
But why do we have to have those exact points?
Because they're the points we were told on page 94 in example C. Look at the directions. Yeah, if you're on the page with us, it makes more sense. That's all it's asking us to do is plot 5 points, draw a line. Okay, letter B, I don't care if you guys understood the graph yet. Did you guys understand the math?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the important bit. Really? Okay, guys.
I understand it.
Okay, look. You have an x and y coordinate. You have variables x and y. So you plug in x for x and y for y, and you see if it works.
Okay, hold on. One quick question. I don't know where to start, to be honest. I have
Adrian, put it down.
example 3.1c. It says 5 points on the stand.
Yeah, you keep jumping. Which example are you confused on? Were you confused on B or C? Okay, then why are you referring back to B? Oh, my word. Okay, look. Okay, B, all you're doing, this is example B. I'll get to you. Okay, example B. All you're doing, you're plugging in for the equation. That's it. All you're doing. If it works, it's a solution. If it doesn't work, it's not a solution. The graphing thing was just a bonus thing.
I have one quick question.
You can wait.
So how do you know, like, exactly on the paper where to put the line?
You count.
Where do we count?
Ricky, how did you get this? Did you do the homework last night?
I honestly did not, because I did not understand it. This is simple.
Okay, Austin, you're not one to talk. Second of all, okay, everyone has different things they struggle with. Chill. Okay, if you don't, okay, then ask questions on last night's homework because that's clearly where you need the help. Because you're not going to see, it makes perfect sense if you just did your homework last night. And I don't mean that as a dig. I mean, you need last night's homework for C to make sense. So they're connected. So I will come back to you. Okay, Adrian. We had y equals negative 3x plus 2, right? Then we were given the point 0, 2 to check. So this right here is y, this right here is x. That's an x, I promise. Does that make sense? Okay, so y gets plugged in for y. X gets plugged in for x. So far, so good? Okay. Now, without moving anything around on the equation, we just simplify and see if they match. Negative 3 times 0 is 0. 2 equals 2. Yes, they do. It is a solution. Legit, all you're doing. Huh? They're in order. It's an ordered pair. This is part of last night's homework.
But I thought Y was here and X was there.
That has nothing to do with the order of the points given. The point is always given x, y.
Oh, so you just need to know that?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. The one on the left is
Austin.
Okay, so I get this part.
Yeah.
but, like, what would we like? Do we have to do that part B for our homework?
What?
Like, did you have to do this math for homework?
No.
Okay, good.
Will you tonight? Yes.
Yeah.
Did you know? Adam, so help me stop hitting things with the ruler for the billionth time. Get it out of your hand. You are not currently graphing. You should not pick it up. This right here is why I hate graphing chapters. Hi. Talk to me after class, because we need to move forward. Okay. So apparently I had a graph ready and I forgot about it. So I'm going to use this. We're going to go over numbers 1 through 6 of your practice. Okay? So we're going to pause. We're going to come back to this because clearly we need help.
3.1
Oh my word. Yes, 3.1. Last night's homework was practice 3.1 numbers 1 through 6, which you would know if you had done it. Okay, you are given, for number 1, you are given 2, 3. We always know we're handed an x, then a y. So far, so good? Okay. We're going to go 1, 2 in x, 1, 2, 3 for y. Right there is where the point goes. That's it. That was the homework. Then we did it for 1, because that was number 2, on the same graph. So we count to the right, 4, up 1. Nope, sorry. It's 4, negative 1. I copied it wrong. 4, negative 1. So we go down 1. Then number 3, we had 0, negative 7. So we don't go anywhere left or right, and we just go down 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, right here. We just count 7 lines. Does that make sense? You follow me? Okay. Number 4. We had 6, 0. So that means I'm only going to go right 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and I'm not going up or down, so it's on the line. Make sense? Okay. Then number 5, we had negative 5, 9. So we're going to go back 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so right here. But that's not the point, because we need to go up 9. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. You can't see my cursor, but I am counting. This means go nowhere. That's it. Good? Okay, now to fast forward to example C. Why these points? Because we were told in example C, plot the following points. We were given 0, 2. We were given 3, negative 7. We were given negative 3, 11. We were given 1, negative 1. And we were given negative 1, 5. So we went 0, 2. We went 3, so 1, 2, 3, negative 7. Negative 3, 1, 2, 3, up 11. That made me zoom out. Then you had 1, 1, or sorry, 1, negative 1. Sorry, that's not a point. That's just an extra dot. And then negative 1, 5. That's how we knew those things, and then all we did was connect the dots. We were told it was going to be a straight line.
That makes more sense.
Make sense? Cool. That's all we were doing. That's it. We all good? Okay. That was supposed to be the easy section. All right. Graphing linear equations. In the previous example, the 5 ordered pairs were all solutions to the equations y equals negative 3x plus 2. If 2 or more points are plotted on the same Cartesian plane, all lie on the same line, they are said to be collinear. Co means with. Linear means line, so with line. Make sense? Okay. Because the line drawn through these 5 points, here, let me just go ahead and show these. Okay. Because the line drawn through these 5 points is a straight line, the equation y equals negative 3x plus 2 is called a linear equation in 2 variables, okay? Which, incidentally, was the equation we were using in example B, okay? Hence why the lines look the exact same. The only reason why the graphs look different between the program and this is because I have a slightly different zoom. That's it, okay? Make sense? Okay. So, with this, we call this a linear equation in 2 variables. It's linear because it creates a line, and it has 2 variables, x and y. Okay, good? Cool. So, with that, linear equations are easy to recognize because each variable is raised to the first power, and variables are not multiplied together. So there's never an xy term, there's never an x squared, there's never a y squared. The variables have to be by themselves. Make sense? If it's not linear. We'll discuss what happens then later. Okay? We will discuss it. It's just not now. All right. Unlike a linear equation in 1 variable, which gives a point on a real number line, a linear equation in 2 variables gives a line on the Cartesian plane. To represent a plane in space, use a linear equation in 3 variables. And yes, we can. That would be a single flat sheet, is what we would get. Because we went from point to line, then we would go to flat sheet for 3 dimensions, but we're not dealing with that here. Okay? We only work with 2 because there's no 3-dimensional paper yet. Okay? When HoloLenses become mainstream, you better believe there will be 3D graphing in math classes. Okay? So you're poor kids. All right, anyway. So table A.
I don't know. Like, if you ever realize, our generation is always the test subject for everything.
No, you guys aren't. No, that wasn't a what? No, I'm saying you. Never mind. Okay, whatever. Table A shows you the examples. Moving on. In all 3 cases, every variable involved will be raised to the first power, giving the equations the label linear. While not every equation is linear, linear equations in 2 variables will be the focus of this chapter. Thank you. From chapter 1, recall the formulas can be expressed in words as a rule called a verbal expression. One example is the Celsius temperature C is equal to 5/9 of the difference between the Fahrenheit temperature F and 32. The verbal expression was then translated into an algebraic equation, C equals 5/9 F minus 32. The evaluations of any formula can be written as a table of values in which several pairs of values are given. These values establish the graph of the formula. A table is often used to make graphing the points easier. Any x value may be substituted in the formula to find the corresponding y value. Some convenient values to choose for x are -1, 0, and 1. Okay. I'm going to get this question 5 times. I'm going to deal with it now. The x numbers come from me choosing them. It's not magic. I get to pick. I'm the one graphing. You pick the ones you want for x. Y is determined by the equation. For x, you pick. So when I come up and do -1, 0, 1, you guys are going to all be like, where did those come from? Because I chose them. And if I do different numbers, it's because they were more convenient to work with. Because I can pick. All right, we all there? Good?
So
It's arbitrary. I can throw it. I could throw 542 if I wanted to, but I don't want to make my graph that big. Yes. Yes.
Wait, so does that mean like our quiz is a test and we graph and make our own X?
Yes.
You give us an X.
No, you create it. You make it up.
So we're making like our own question?
Yes. No. Kind of. You'll see what I mean. Give me a minute. Give me a minute. No. You can wait 13 minutes. You'll be fine. Then use your previous break time. Go back in time.
It'll be my break time in 2 minutes. Okay, dude. He's right to that.
Now, how many points determine a line? You guys should know this. 2. 2 points determine a line. That's all it takes. I have 5 here, but there are 2 points to determine a line. We always use a third to check. Okay, because then if our 3 points don't line up, something went wrong and we need to figure out what. Okay, so you only need 2 points to draw a line. We always do at least 3 to make sure that we have this right line. Okay, make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me see here. If you edit the graph scale, like if you make every line 2, make sure you label that. Okay, you're welcome to use whatever scale you like as long as X and Y have the same scale. Okay, so X and Y need to be on, if X is going to be every 2 or every line is 2, then the Y scale needs to be every line is 2. Okay, does that make sense? I kind of covered that yesterday. All right, so example D, pay attention. Oops. Graph the equation y equals 2x plus 4. Okay, let me set up my graph. Okay, because, not derp. Now you'll notice I'm off center on the screen. Okay, that's intentional.
Why is it intentional?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, I guess that's right.
Why are lines glitching out like that?
Because that's me drawing them. Okay.
Why is it off
Okay, because I'm leaving room for my graph or for my table. Okay, so on the side of your problem, you're going to make yourself a table. One side shall be x, the other side shall be y. This is how every single graphing problem should start until I tell you the shortcuts. So like next week. Okay. So there's a lot. It's great. It's wonderful. Okay. So for x, I get to choose my numbers. So I'm going to choose -1, 0, and 1. Why? Because I want to. That's it. Because I can. All right, so 2 times x, well, what's 2 times -1? Because we're going to do the first one first. 2 times -1 is? 2 times -1 is -2 plus 4 +2. Okay? If you need to write it out separately, please do. All right, 2 times 0 plus 4. 2 times 1. 2 plus 4 is? Did not think this would be the hard part today. All right. So every line is just 1 because I have not relabeled them. So -1 means I'm going to go backward 1. Okay? And I'm going to go up 2. So I'm going to plot right there. Then I go to 0. Go 1, 2, 3, 4. Right there, that's where I'm going to plot. Okay? And then finally 1, 6. Same idea. Go to 1, go up 6. Right there. Okay? All 3 points lie in the same line. That means they're correct. And now it's time to connect the dots. Okay? Okay, guys, I'm actually like physically drawing the line. I have no idea where the cursor is. So I'm fixing it. Don't worry about it. It's fine. There you go. Okay, cool? Make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, now we're not done. Every single line on every single graph you ever create should be labeled with the original equation you were given.
Okay, so can we write like a graph anywhere? Like on the...
Yeah, it doesn't matter. No. You determine where the axes are. You determine the scale of the axes. Normally we use 1 and 1. Does that make sense? Where one square or where one grid mark is one increment. However, we can make it each grid mark as 1/2. That's not a problem. Or 2, or 20. Okay, which is really useful when you get into big numbers. Yeah. Okay, it's completely arbitrary. Again, if it's unlabeled, we assume it's 1. All right. Example E. Oh, goodness. Hi.
So those numbers right there at the left, you plug in into up there.
Yes.
Where is it always that formula?
It's whatever formula you're given to graph.
Tell me how I understood this.
Wait, you choose that?
It was in the book. Graph the equation y equals 2x plus 4.
But you said something about you choosing.
I choose the x values, -1, 0, 1.
Oh.
Okay, example E. We are told to graph the equation y equals -x minus 3. Okay? So, we are going to go through. We are going to create our graph. Derp. Line tool, come down. Yeah. Whatever. Yeah, there's no way I'm freehanding that good. Goodness. Okay, so I've set up my graph. I have my x and y axes labeled. I have the arrows. And now it's time to create my table. Oops, I messed that up. Nope, that's just making it worse. Oh well. So I have x and y. So I can choose, I could choose -1, 0, and 1 again. That's not a problem. Or I can use something different. Ricky, make sure you're paying attention.
How would you stop it?
Okay, let me put it this way. I have 6 minutes. I do not have time to deal with this. Take off your hood now. This is the part that gets me frustrated because you were confused and then now you're goofing off. No, take off the hood completely. It is not allowed in class. You know this. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and do that. The book uses different points because it can. I'm going to use -1, 0, and 1 because it makes math really easy. -1. Okay, look, we have -1 minus 3. Okay, what is -1?
One.
Positive 1. Minus 3.
That's -2.
Okay, so that's our y value. -0 minus 3. What's -0?
0.
Minus 3.
3.
-3. Yeah, that's it. All right. -1 minus 3. What's -1?
1.
That made sense. It's -1. Minus 3.
Oh yeah, -1 minus 3. That's -4.
-4. Okay. So at -1, I'm going to go down 2. At 0, I'm going to go down 3. At 1, I'm going to go down 4. And then all I do from there is connect the dots.
I can see the cursor. So long?
We always go to the edges of our graph.
Really?
Yep. Oops. Huh? Yeah, the line is infinite, not just the points you graphed. The line goes on forever. So you're also supposed to put arrows on your line. I don't know if I did that the last time. You are supposed to put arrows on your line, and then we label it y equals -x minus 3.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions here? Yes. What? Only if you're changing the scale. You can. It's not wrong. Does that make sense? If you're changing the scale, you have to. If you're not changing the scale, you can take the shortcut of 1 is 1. Yes?
Why? I'm so confused. It's y equals x,
Nah.
x minus 3, and then you have -1 minus 3 equals -2.
No, I have -1. There's two negatives. Negative of a negative makes a positive.
Wait, but where's the y though?
That's the answer we get.
Y equals -2.
Y equals the answer.
Oh. Oh.
Cool. Yes.
Okay, so it's y equals negative x minus 3 negative 3. Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
-3
On the
always.
first one where it's negative 1,
No.
negative 1 times negative 1.
Yes, you're taking the negative of -1, which is positive 1.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool.
Mr. Russell, one quick question
Yeah.
about the number.
What?
So, would -3 always stay the same? Like,
What? This part of the equation, yeah.
yeah, so it stays the same.
Yeah, I'm not plugging in anything for a number that's in the equation.
Okay.
It just stays there.
That's
Cool.
that's fine.
Okay, I'm not going to get into the next example today, example F, for homework. You have practice 3.1, numbers 7 through 20, all. Not blue, all. Because apparently we need the practice.
Excuse me, I did not. I did it perfectly fine.
Listen up.
People don't get it.
Yes. Listen up. The first section you are not graphing. You are only coming up with the table. You're only doing this, this portion. Okay? You do not need to show your work in the table. I was showing that to try to make it a little clearer exactly what we're doing. Okay? What do you mean, how do you do? What have you been paying attention to for the last 10, 15, 20 minutes? I don't understand. No, listen to me, please. Because I've explained it to you specifically about 4 times. And you just asked me questions on it, and I just answered them. What do you mean, where do the things come from in the table?
How do you get y? How do you do that? Y equals x. Like, where are the numbers that go in?
You pick them.
Oh.
You pick values for x, and you find out what they are and y.
Are there actually no dumb question? I think sorry that's these calculators.
No, you do not need them. All right, the second section. No, just hold your questions. Second section. You are going to create the table, and then you're going to plot the 3 points, and then you're going to draw the line like you see here. First section, you're not actually graphing. You're only creating the table. Second section, you're doing both. Are there any questions over that?
So we do the same thing, right? You pick the number.
Yes, still. Did I not call it that I would get asked that like 100 times? Okay. All right, we good? Okay. Oh, my word. Yes. For the bajillionth time. All right, I'm out.
I understand it.
I'm out.